Hello, and welcome to Roll For It! Where your favorite streamers get to play some lovely tabletop RPGs. There we go. Hey, welcome. So, we are playing Dungeons & Dragons today, our ongoing Ascension campaign, and we have a whole bunch of announcements. I know there's been a relative dearth of announcements, but we're going to be going in straight with a whole bunch. And then I guess we're going to have how to support the show, followed by a quick, I will make it a quick recap, which I'm going to enforce with the use of timers. And also, this is the stick. The carrot is inspiration points. So, let me find a useful music track that would go with today's theme. Here we go. There, perfect. So, starting out, today's supporter is Jackson Decay. Jackson Decay, thank you for supporting today's episode and making it possible to pay the majority of today's cast cost. Your support is greatly appreciated. In other news, NPC names post is out. If you are the applicable tier on our Patreon, please give us your names so we know where to find you. So we know what names we're meant to be giving to NPCs. Not, okay, this is not the vengeance list. Okay, this is not the vengeance list, right. Okay, yeah. No, if you want to actually submit names on the NPC names list, we'll try and use them for characters and things. I think before, I have literally used a name for a boat and a captain, but I have also used a name for, I think, Masha? I think she was actually a name off the name list. Like, some of these things that just, yeah, like, end up being, you know, names that just fucked and end up being long-running things. So if you want to submit names, go ahead. Remember, the more likely that they are to fit into the universe, the more likely they are to get used, and also used for something that is probably going to stick around. Whereas if it's a joke, then, like, the Bun Bun, it's going to be a boat that gets referenced. That's, I believe, the boat that Benetham Smith was the captain of. And y'all went and talked to him and then immediately flew away, and it was a 30-second thing. I'm just saying, if you submit joke names, I'm going to sit on them for months until I find a time to have a joke name used. But also, if we do have a joke show, then, yeah, that makes sense. Just, you know, wait till we've got a joke show.
The most important NPC name was actually a combination of two different ones, with Greg, God of Destruction, or Donkey.
Who may or may not have died.
How's he doing now?
You don't know. He disappeared in a zombie uprising. He may have
Did we roll to see if he survived?
He could have become a husk donkey, or he could have just escaped, or he could have been eaten.
Oh, no. He disappeared in the rioting immediately that followed when they attempted to do the uprising, but Perrin decided not to help out, and so all the rebels died. Just saying. Doing really good at the vengeance there. Right.
Told him
Magic
it was a bad idea.
item.
Told him it wouldn't work.
Magic items from the Steel Bearmoth are now out. Plus a bonus item that never actually appeared. I wrote it. I just didn't find it. So that item never came up, but it is there for you to find on the Patreon.
It turns out there was a really awesome item that we missed that Perrin would have got to use in the Bearmoth, and we didn't get to.
It was basically a Mass Effect 2 style heavy weapon.
Was it in a different area, or we just didn't see it?
It was in a different area on a map that they were already on, but because they initiate combat so quickly that they never went to that kind of section. So, it was effectively the kind of the extra loop behind the door that you don't necessarily have to go through.
Makes sense.
So, I wanted to be like, all right, if they do go to this area on the map, I don't want to feel like there was no point in coming here. And also, I feel they should get, like, something to help out. And, like, what are the people working on over here? Oh, yeah, it's a Mass Effect 2 heavy weapon.
That's pretty sick.
Perrin would have been going around blasting robots. Would have been great.
To be fair,
Really
Farron
missed a
probably would
bunch
have
of
broke
loot.
it.
Oh yeah,
I mean, it literally did have an overheat mechanic, so it literally would have broken eventually if you'd kept using it.
pretty much a guarantee I would have broken it. Yeah, but it would have been
Yeah.
cool while we had it.
Okay, next part is... There are stats out for Durgar as well. I believe the Durgar Gunner was a homebrew creation, and that is out. But also, the Overseer?
Yep, the Overseer's on there. Redacted.
Redacted. I did have to remove a couple of things from the sheet. Just a couple of things.
Secrets.
Yes. Well, no. I feel that secrets are if you do anything related to the sea. So, also, Clockwork Guardian sheets coming soon, and I think there are 2 or no 3. I think I gave you all of them. Oh, and the little repair drone. It was like 4.
Yep, four
clockwork sheets.
4 different clockwork. Oh, and I think I'm putting the stats for the guns on there as well. The big cannons.
Oh yeah, and the turrets. Yeah.
I was like,
There you go.
we'll do fleshy things and mechanical things in 2 posts.
I did actually quite like the clockworks, so if you do want to use them, just go check them out. They're quite fun. And they'll be out soon. Right. That brings us to the second to last one, but the last one is obviously, I'll talk about our sponsor. So the actual last piece of news, which is the big piece of news, which is... There's a new show coming soon. Maggie, do you want to give us an introduction before we play the thing?
I think we play the thing, and then I give them an intro.
Anthem, play the thing!
Playing the thing.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, so that's a little sizzled trailer, a little logo to see what the show is, but it's called Grimrose Academy, and this is going to be a witches and spellcraft campaign where, well, people play teenage witches in a school that maybe they find out isn't as boring as they thought. There will be plenty of teenage angst and whatnot, but behind all of that, what? There may be bonking. I don't know. That's up to them if they decide to do bonking, but there'll be plenty of adventures for them to go on. It will be very episodic, so if you can only tune into 1 or 2 episodes, you'll be good. No need to watch the full series, but it's up to you what you want to do. I'm excited. It should be a lot of fun. There will be an over-encompassing story as well, and we will have a few different. We'll have a guest as well, so we won't always have the same cast for every episode. And we'll be announcing the cast maybe next week, so stay tuned. And if you are a fan of, I guess what would it be like?
Oh, for the Vampire Slayer.
Little Witch Academia, that anime. It's
Well, I've seen
very
that.
much those vibes, plus a little Gossip Girl mixed in there. So yeah, I don't know what else you want me to say, but we'll have a bigger trailer. That's just
That's enough to sate them.
That's
get
a little
them
sizzle,
salivating,
yeah. Just a little sizzle.
Okay. And last but not least, our sponsor is Roll20. Now, you can check out Spelljammer on Roll20 as well. Which we won't actually be using the stuff from that today, but shortly, because I believe there are plans afoot, and luckily there are rules that I can use from those books for the plans. The plans aren't mine. The plans belong to the players. The players made plans, and I'm trying to implement them. But luckily, the books have some relevant rules. I can't be more specific than that at the moment, because I always might give it away.
We
But
haven't planned to go to space. Well, maybe we have at times, briefly.
I mean, you literally have been in like a ship that was kind of based on a Spelljammer kind of ish ship before. Like it's an Eberron like speedy ship thing, and they're kind of similar in that they have a helm, etc. As like, I have kind of got involved in that sort of stuff before. But you know, maybe at some point you go to space. Who knows? I have said that there was like, you've seen
another plane.
ICBMs, so
I'm in space right now.
it's true. This is the potted plant, but it used to be a spaceship.
Oh.
Or a whale. I can't remember which.
Oh,
It's been a while since
took
I
me a
watched it.
second.
Yeah.
He
But
was just an
I
alien,
preferred-
wasn't he?
I can't recall. It's been a while. Honestly, I tried to wipe the movie from my brain, and it's even longer since I read the book. So,
It was an alien. It was from one of the later books, and he got like transported back in time and turned into a bowl of petunias at the same time.
okay.
I think.
Anyway,
Ball of petunias?
it's
A
the
bowl,
improbability drive that anything improbable, you blah blah blah. Anyway, you
All
super
right.
travel. Yeah. Anyway.
Mm.
So yes, roll 20. Anyway, they allow you to do things like put music in the background of your stream and then have creepy organ music playing throughout the intro. But also you could use that during a fight. Also, you can use macros, you can use tabletops and have your characters move around and whack each other. And also then, as people found out recently, you can have your background maps actually be giant tokens that you can change. They didn't actually get to, you know, see the other backgrounds that could have been shown. There were others. I'll save them for a later date. But there are loads of things you do with Roll20 and you can check out. We have an affiliate link. I'm sure it's getting posted somewhere. Doesn't actually do us
When do
a
y'all
thing. It's
wanna-
more just they get happy that people use it. So,
When do y'all
go
want
for
to snipe the post and chat for Richard?
Trying to work out how.
Oh.
They
Just time him out
was-
real quick,
yeah, I guess that works.
like a 1 second.
Whoops.
Yeah, you probably don't want like tracking, you know, in a Twitch chat.
No.
So
I
there you go, bud.
Accidentally posted just a giant link.
all of his tracking for his whatever it is.
Yep. Sorry about that. But we did it. We did
Not
the
our
thing. Got rid of it.
fault.
I'm sorry. It took me a couple of seconds to be like, oh, okay,
They
I'll
asked,
do this now.
they
I'm
asked for it to
talking.
be removed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know,
yeah,
but it took
yeah.
me a second because I was like mid talking and I was like, wait, what? Yep, okay, I'll do that. Anyway, so also heads up, do not post your personal tracking information in public forums.
Not good.
Nope.
Mm,
But luckily, you know, the whole Twitch thing does purge it, so it's purged now.
Purge.
Everybody's cool
Vode's
here,
browser
everybody's
crashed
nice.
exactly the wrong time. That explains that. I'm like, Vode would normally be there way before me. So, right. Anyway, that brings us to the end of that. So I guess that gets us to the shilling. And I believe since Bentham actually has a thing to do right now, I have to do the shilling.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Bentham. Yeah. God
I
damn
sent the
Bentham.
reminder. I promised I would.
Right. So, if you want to support us, you can do so on our Patreon, which is probably the best way of supporting us. If you want to do like a recurring thing, but also it gets you access to a whole load of crap. So, you know, and I guess some of it's good, but you know what I mean. Anyway, so if you want to actually check out any of that stuff, you can go over to our Patreon. Even if you don't want to check out any other stuff and you just want to support us, you can do that as well. You can support any tier you feel you're comfortable with, but there are tiers that give you stuff like access to MP3s, access to after shows, access to player information like player sheets and stuff like that, GM information, which can include anything from like, we've had little chats with GMs, we've had little write-ups from GMs, and we have a whole load of homebrewed monsters and items, which, you know, there's a lot recently from me. on there. And then also we've got stuff like name suggestions. We've got recaps of how the month went from the admins, all the way to like the once monthly legend games. So you can check those all out at our Patreon, patreon.com/roll for it. And that is probably one of the best ways of supporting us if you do want to go over there and check that out. Feel free. Of course, you can always subscribe on Twitch. They get access to the VODs before they go live on YouTube. It's about 24 hours, depending on, YouTube issues and so forth. Sometimes Twitch issues. There are just issues involved. But you can check them out there. And also it does get you like a little thing that's your name, and you get some emotes and stuff. You also get access to our Discord, which you do get the Patreon as well. Speaking of things that give you access to a Discord, you can be a YouTube member. That gets you access to our Discord and some emote stuff. There you go, YouTube member. And you can use tips and bits if you prefer to do something that's like not a recurring thing, a one-off. You could do that on top of stuff you're already doing. Tips and bits. Obviously, they do happen on the show live if you're doing them. Like people can, things are there right now. I believe one of those is a bit or something maybe. But if you do them between shows, they also still support us. Just saying. I think our link is available in the chat because we have mods who are amazing and post things. So if you want to do those, you can. Beyond that, quite frankly, spreading knowledge, tales, telling a friend, telling people you don't know. I mean, it might be a bit strange, but you can. Basically, any word of mouth you can do is really, really great. Because it's not like we're buying Super Bowl adverts. So, we really rely on our excellent community. Which,
Dude, Super
FYI,
Bowl ads are expensive.
Yeah. If we reach like $1 billion, we will buy a Super Bowl ad. I might make that promise, but honestly, I can think of better things to do with $1 billion.
Yeah, let's not.
Yeah,
do
it's like
that.
if we reach $1 billion, we're gonna buy like a headquarters or something, and like a,
Oh, yeah,
at least
but
a
like,
cool treehouse. Okay?
Instead of the money that would be spent on the Super Bowl advert, I would probably still be like, still better things to do with that. Like, give it to people who need it, rather than spend it on a Super Bowl advert. Like a boat to put Cobble in so we can get rid of him.
We could buy a real bun boat.
Yes. I like this idea.
Oh.
And then we make a captain an actual bunny rabbit, and we call it Benetham Smith.
Oh, we could have like really cool merch, like the ferryman pendant, and we could like everybody could get little like ferryman pendant keychains. Yeah.
Nice. Anyway, that's how you can support the show, I guess. You could also buy us a Super Bowl advert if you wanted to, but quite frankly, I'm pretty sure we can think of better things to do with the money even if you can't. So, other than that, I think I've done all that. Who would like to compete in? I need to have like some sort of drum roll or some like spiel pre-prepared for this, but who would like to compete in? And I'm gonna have to pick which one is this? No, need to. Oh yes. Who would like to compete in? Maggie, cue it now. Who would like to compete in what happened last time on Ascension?
I'm pretty awesome. I'm just saying. I will volunteer.
Go for it.
I feel like considering the purpose of this segment is to do rapid recaps, the huge build-up might somewhat.
I know, but
dull
it
the
still might be
effect.
faster than you doing it sometimes. I'm just saying.
Wow,
Oof.
rude.
Oof. Yeah.
Rude.
But look, once people get used to it, it won't be a problem.
Here, that's better.
What is that?
Just
It's
let me
meant
know
to
when
be
to
a
go.
clock, but it feels more like
fine.
someone's hitting
Speeding
like
up.
the flipper on a pinball machine.
Yeah.
It's
Like
accelerating.
it's telling you to hurry up. It's like time's ticking.
I'm gonna go with
Anxiety.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So everyone's okay with Cobalt competing for the, if you get a C or above, you get an inspiration.
A C or above.
You got to get C rated or above on your recap abilities.
Oh my god. Go for it.
Okay.
You might need it if
In which case, I need to find.
Mistress chatting with you.
Is this a good recap tune? Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
Last time on the epic adventures of Dragon Punch, we were inside the steel behemoth where a giant rift crashed open or ripped open right in the center of the control panel where the key had been taken from. Kind of like more like the orb was opened a rift. A giant shark demon creature that was presumably thousands of years old stepped forward. He began harassing the party, basically trying to make them subvert to his will and become his minions. Perrin immediately kneeled. Skith gave him a little lip, but ended up saying he was tired and kneeled as well. Then after they were prodded for information, because apparently this demon had been locked away in a prison realm for a very long time, they were then basically mass manipulated into going and killing all of the rest of the survivors on the ship so that he could take it over and have basically a sweet ride of his own to carry him around the new world, which he plans to conquer, presumably in the name of Thayer's Dune. After some clever failed rolls and whatnot, and kind of bumbling around, murdering, I wouldn't say innocent, Draugar. I have a little trouble saying that word. They stumbled upon an area with security cameras and finally came to their senses. After going through the hallways and dealing with the Guardians, they managed to escape the backside of the behemoth, where they were able to rest. The end. There's a little bit more. There's gods coming to talk to us too. I think I hit all the.
That's fair. You don't actually know that. That was my comment, like out of character. That's fair. That's fair. No, that was well done. I also really appreciate how that music timed really well there.
It's good. It
Yeah.
did.
Almost like that was planned.
Draugar.
It is
Wow.
weird.
No,
like,
it's
I want to
Duragar.
say.
Durgar.
I always want to say
Duragar.
like Duragar, but it's
Duragar.
Duragar.
Because it's kind of like Dower, like Durga. Durga.
They're basically dark dwarves, okay? They live in the darkness, and yeah.
Extra
Okay.
deep dwarves.
Well, there's a reason why they hid into the caves, but yeah.
So I'm gonna say, pretty good. Could have done with some backstory about why you were there, even briefly. Just be like, you were there to save Arena or something. She was kidnapped. But other than that, pretty good. Very, very comprehensive on, what actually happened in there. So yeah. You get your inspiration.
I'd give myself an A-.
I don't know. Perrin's last time, I think Bentham got an A-. That was very good.
Yeah.
I think it just skipped like one element. It was like, oof, that's just the one
I
thing.
will say, watching someone and actually being on the clock yourself is definitely different. It's definitely different.
Oh, yeah.
Totally.
Seems that.
Pressure.
Yeah. Okay, so with that, I guess y'all are going to rest, having escaped from what has been a grueling and incredibly taxing experience, not just physically, although physically for several of you it has been very taxing. I mean, Perrin has been walking around while his body has been screaming at him to be unconscious at one point. Skith was paralyzed and repeatedly stabbed in the abdomen. Like, most of you have been physically through...
Arena got tortured for
A lot.
information. They're mentally...
Intellectually, yes, there has been another level to this. It started with Arena having had effectively a kind of psionic interrogation begun to start, where dwarves had started to actually set up kind of a mind cage and then started to approach her as family and friends, and then started to twist that and tell her as them that she should break, that she should reveal information. Luckily, her friends came in before that went very far and started to break her out, etc. But you then all succumbed to this demonic presence, and whatever spell you were put under, you then proceeded to fight for 24 hours straight. Now, you would have probably been on and off, a little bit of rest, fight, a little bit of rest, fight in that time, but it would be a grueling, you wouldn't have had a chance to properly, fully come to terms with it in any way. You were with your mental faculties, but your entire sense was you needed to clear out this place of its Juraga inhabitants as quickly as possible. And you fought alongside the constructs, which seemingly now worked for the entity now in charge. And occasionally you even fought alongside the seemingly demonic minions. You did eventually leave by going through a rock chipper, for want of a better term, and then falling out the back of the dimension into the mundane realm, putting more physical torment through you again, and then not even allowing yourself to stop, even though a couple of you were like, oh, we need to rest. Arena insisted to press on, led the group with a very, very successful survival roll into some side passages for a good 2 hours before finding somewhere with some bioluminescent and overly large mushrooms to curl up. So you have been going for about somewhere in the region of 36 hours, maybe a little longer, and a lot of that has been non-stop fighting.
Some of us are exhausted. Like, we have the exhaustion effect on us.
We just wanted to go see Skin Face and talk to Skin Face a little bit.
Yes. But you come out the other side having lost Corvidbot, Arena's second skilled defender. Few magical items here and there, but at the same
Like
time,
$8,000.
you did retrieve a very powerful magical item that Heron now wields.
And
Hammer.
a juiced up key too.
The hammer having actually ascended while Bentham was holding it to the point of awakening. Arena's armor awakened at the very end of last session as well, wings sprouting from the back, which I have now updated
While
the
we were
art
doing a
for.
group hug.
While
Just
you were doing a
remember
group
this.
hug, it was actually the power of group hug.
Yeah.
I believe the
Power
line
of
was something along
friendship.
the lines of, I don't need those things, it's most important I've got you, or something to this effect. And with
Yeah.
that, it became another level. And that's the updated art.
Oh.
It is pretty.
Honestly, if you had Corvidbot, that'd just be way too many wings to have to worry about, okay?
Look, 4 wings is too many. And last but not least, you did retrieve the key, which seems that was the main impetus for taking Arena. This key is something that seems to be very, very important, and a lot of events have revolved around. It seems to be able to manipulate to some extent to allow entry to the towers that gate power to people throughout this world. And from what you have found out, the key has jumped from its equivalent of awakened to exalted. It is currently burning with power, but you did also learn that this power is not natural to the key. It is something that's been forced into it, and it is bleeding off. The key is not designed to contain it, and it is not an item powerful enough in its own right. This is foreign power that should not be there, and it is slowly decaying. You did also learn that this power in some way appears to have an essence, a kind of life to it. In many regards, analogous to a soul, although not quite the same. Souls are very specific to humanoids. It might be the thing that inhabited Steel Behemoth at one stage. but you destroyed the seeming center or core or orb to which it was being forced back to, away from the key. And now the key is much more powerful than it once was. Seemingly the way to actually allow it to go to the next level was to take a locket of Arena's grandparents that she had been told very early on she needed and combine that. And so...
Well, it wasn't made clear that it was also magical.
Even if you had tried to study it, it would have registered as non-magical. I will let you know now.
I think it never...
It was deliberately designed to be hidden, and you were set up
Did
to
we ever
carry it.
identify
And
it?
hopefully... I don't think you ever cast Identify on
I
it,
don't
but
know if we did.
Skith
Why
has
would you?
casted
You've had it all your life. You know what it is.
No, I didn't. He gave it to me when I was in my grandfather's house.
Oh, okay.
You're around
It was one of the
a while.
scenes.
5.
Yeah.
Skith has cast Detect Magic around you enough that he may have seen it. It would have registered as non-magical. So... Locket was probably lying to you, or the key just detected the presence of the locket. Either is possible. But you now have come to the circumstance where very quickly you have had 2 items that are now awakened, and an item that has suddenly become exalted in a very short space of time. And with such immense power now coursing through you, and just jumped out of what was apparently a demi-plane inside of the steel behemoth, the giant mechanical titan that bores through the crust of the world, having jumped out of that internal demi-plane back into the mundane realm, taking your time to escape, flee to a safe distance, and hide as best you are able, you take the opportunity to sleep. And I don't think any of you have had peace and quiet so immediately come upon you, especially on what is effectively a solid rock floor, as it does this night. And although that sleep is very eventful, and for many of you might not be sound, especially with what you've been through, it is very quick, and you do immediately slip into unconsciousness. I will say, to begin with, all feel free to do your long rest. So use the script. If the script is actually working, which it isn't, give me 1 second and I will make sure to turn it on, because sometimes it crashes in between sessions.
Will it work for me with my multi-classing?
Give me a second.
I'm scared to press the buttons.
If you do the long rest button, not the button, the actual macro I've set up with your token selected, it should work now.
Ooh. It worked for me.
It seemed to work for me. It did a lot of things.
All right.
Yeah. Lot of things.
Oh,
Everything
my
seems in
spell
order.
slots. My beautiful spell slots.
My hit points. It's been so long.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I turned off the API heartbeat at one point. I'll re-enable that.
Oh, I get
Hello?
it didn't give me my sorcery points back though, so I'll get those.
Oh, I'll have a quick look at your sheet. It should do that normally, so the fact it's not is
It
odd.
gave me everything else.
Yeah.
What is it? It's equal to my level, right?
Ah, right. It doesn't have a total. It needs to have a total to understand that. Yeah, I put a total in now.
Also, for the overlay to register, everyone needs to like reduce their hit points by 1, click away, and then raise them by 1, click away again.
Or they can roll any dice, I think.
Oh yeah, you can just activate it by doing anything.
Yeah.
There we go.
You roll the dice, I believe it updates your HP bar. There we go. Also, Arena needs to stop concentrating. I will fix that. I don't know why it likes doing that.
I'm concentrating really hard.
She is.
On
Really
sleeping.
is.
It's a lot of
Yeah,
effort.
exactly.
So,
Are we taking watches when we're doing this long rest?
That's what we had said we were doing last time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
But there
that makes
will
the
be-
most sense.
there will be a watch because you can all only do 2 hours. There'll be a watch where no one is watching because it's 4 shifts
Let
of
me
2.
rest. Let me rest first, and then I can have Corvid Bob back up.
Colbot gets back up at the end of your long rest. It's after the end of the long rest. That's the issue.
I see.
Yeah. That's why you're not going to have someone for whichever rest period you decide. Because you are an artificer with the ability to make little trinkets and stuff, and as a gnome,
Yeah.
you could make a little timer that says 2 hours and it goes bing, 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 bing. So, like, if you want to have the first watch be the one that everyone's asleep, you could have a timer and you know you'll come up after 2 hours. So you don't have to worry about which.
We
Why
Why
probably
don't
want
we just?
the-
Why don't we set a? Go ahead.
We probably want the last watch to be the one that no one is on, because if anything's going to happen, it's probably going to happen earlier. Like if anything's lurking in the dark, it might show up like an hour after we go to sleep. It's probably not going to show up 7 hours after we went to sleep.
I mean, they could. I feel like something could just wander upon us. What if we just had like? Could Arena just set if we have an alarm clock? Can Arena just
I
set
would
up
rather
like
do a
a
trap.
tripwire? Yeah, trap,
I'd rather do a
exactly.
trap than a
You
alarm.
can make
Like to be
traps, but
alerted.
that will take time. And it would not be really part of a rest. If you have the alarm spell, but
Could we bury a grenade, like a landmine or something?
yeah, you'd have to set up a trap. So that would
okay.
take a little time. And again, that wouldn't necessarily protect you from all angles.
Oh, whatever. If something wants to fight us, we'll kill it. It's fine. Hopefully.
If
You
we
do
really
have
want-
the tent, and that has one entrance. So in theory, you could, if you really wanted to be that close when shit went down, you could.
Tent's not a bad idea. And if everyone's close to me, they get the... Actually, well, I guess if I'm unconscious, they probably don't get the bonuses.
I mean, I assumed we were going to use the tent anyway. Camp?
Yeah, definitely use the tent. If we really wanted to be careful about like anything coming and finding us down here, we could like stagger the long rests so that it takes like 10 hours and someone's always awake.
I could make the I mean, I can choose what to make the tent look like as well, so I could just make it look like the rock wall and it would blend in.
It won't do perfectly. Like, it still has to be kind of mostly similar, but yeah, you can do that. You can make it like, sort of suit to the landscape. It won't be
Yeah,
perfect.
just
camouflage,
camo tent basically.
It won't stand out. It won't be bright orange. Like, you can have it match.
Question. In the little, we're in like a little cubby area, so like there is like a doorway or entrance.
You're in what is effectively like a small open-ish area with bioluminescent mushrooms that are quite large, and they offer a good amount of like shade and canopy.
Yeah, what I'm asking is like, is there an entry to this area and only one
There
entry?
appear, from what you did, because you had a very good survival roll, appeared like maybe 3 entrances that you've noticed. There could be more further along in like the depths of the ceiling, because it being caves, entrances aren't always limited to being on the
Okay,
ground
so there's
level.
not just one entryway.
But that does
'Cause I
also
do
mean
have
there are
one level-
escapeways.
I did have one level 2 spell, so I could have done Arcane Lock, which you can make an entryway locked.
The entryway has to be like one with a door or something. It has to be something that has a closing mechanism.
My tent. The
It
tent
says
doesn't
door,
even have
window,
that.
gate, chest, or other entryway.
Yeah, I think that by other entryway it means another entryway is in like something similar to the above. Like it's something that actually has a way to close, but it doesn't necessarily need to have a lock. You then end up making it locked somehow with arcane lock. It doesn't just lock open spaces. If you had something along the lines of like manipulate mold stone, what's it called? There's something for manipulating stone, but I can't remember what it's called. I don't think you have it. I think it's level 3 off the top of my head.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
I could freeze some blocks of ice in front of our door. Because, I mean,
I mean, if you wanted to, you could go a bit further and probably find like a little cubby. But bear in mind that putting yourself into a little cubby means that you really have nowhere to maneuver or run or do anything with. Generally, why you would tend to camp somewhere a little bit more open. But if you want to go for like a cubby or something, you can. But you generally have found that you're pretty far away from where you were, and you did do a very good job of like navigating. I think you got like a 21 or something in survival roll, so you did go through quite a lot of small and narrow passages that were hard to spot. So you're quite far away for what you could have done.
I'm cool to have a couple hours where we don't have anybody.
Okay.
All right,
I think
we'll put him at the end. I think.
Okay, so the end is going to be everyone asleep. Who would like to take first watch? Who would like to take second? Who would like to take third? And I'll let you know now, mostly I'm asking this because I need to know who to visit first.
Yeah. I'll take first watch.
I can take
I'll
second.
do the
watch.
sec.
Okay.
Okay. Figure you're exhausted, and then you're the only one that's got exhaust points, so I figured you would just want to rest till as much as you could. Like, I guess it doesn't matter. Like,
it doesn't make a difference.
but...
Like, at the end of the 8 hours,
I was
good,
also
until then
exhausted.
I'm not, so
Yeah.
I'll take
Okay.
second.
Okay.
So, Arena is on watch first. Perrin's on watch second. And then Skith. Which means... Perrin or Skith? Perrin. Perrin. Okay. You put your head down. Inside the tent, you have your bedroll out. Your bedroll certainly has a few more singes and several stab wounds to it where like some of the like padding has just kind of come out. But it really doesn't bother you right now as you go fast asleep. You're standing in a black, dark throne room. There are columns to either side. These columns are kind of square, paneled almost with black marble. The floor, similarly black marble with kind of an inlay of gold. At the far end, a huge window, broken. You can see out beyond. There's other buildings up there, tall, broken, shattered. Things moving beyond in the dark. You hear a voice. It's been some time.
I'm gonna turn to see where that voice came from.
Standing just kind of off to the side from shattered window, the head of a staircase, is a figure. They appear humanoid, although judging by the distances involved, they're probably a little taller than you. Maybe a good 5 inches. Slightly on the more feminine side, but only a little, with a kind of gender neutral, which you would know from your history proficiency and archaeology background. It appears to be a kind of garb that was worn roughly around the Cataclysm. It consists of trousers with a crease down the front and the back, belt with a buckle, not too ornate. The trousers themselves have kind of a very fine, hard to see pinstripe, just of gold. It's a very fine thread. The jacket itself is kind of very thin, wouldn't offer any protection, but has 2 buttons, single slit at the back, and you recognize the kind of cogs on either cuff of the shirt. The jacket itself, though, does have little places of tear just kind of round near the vent. And there's 1 or 2 small blood stains just kind of on one of the cuffs. The hair, one side is kind of a faded gold, kind of straightened, almost to the point of someone's taken like hair straighteners to it. And the other side is more frenetic. Some of it is much shorter, a bit more curled, and it appears to be kind of a much darker color, almost kind of like the ends of the hair have been dyed, but the kind of gold is almost coming out from the roots. And the eyes themselves, which once might have held a glimmer of something, I guess the term would be motherly, something caring but nurturing. There is something else. It seems to predominate the film now. They still don't look at you. Gaze out the window.
You made a good point. Do I know the purpose and builders of this structure? Because of my archaeology knowledge?
It is a very long time ago. You're really pushing it with that archaeology, but
Yeah, I mean,
sure.
I'm definitely pushing it. I'm not really here, but I can see it.
Yeah, you can. I will tell you, but roll me history to see how much I embellish this.
Okay.
This is, definitely a lot.
50-20.
Okay, well, solid.
One thing Perrin's been longer than anything else, an archaeologist.
This would probably be some sort of major hub or headquarters of a humanoid organization. You would think it wouldn't be specific to any one race, for our purposes, species. It would just be multicultural and you would probably put it what was originally called the Golden Straits, now called the Grey Straits. You've actually traveled through the area, and Skith had the misfortune to travel the area twice. You would put it somewhere around there. You would probably say at a push, south end of the Straits. And the building itself is probably a very important temple to Erithis, or a government, or a very powerful kind of business headquarters of some kind. But there is a lot of crossover there. The temples to Erithis of that time tend to be very similar, versus civilization, not vengeance. And powerful businesses, powerful entities like that did look very close to powerful government organizations. Often Erithis's actual temples were very much secondary in some places to the worship in those kinds of places. As a lot of worship went on just through action of being part of civilization or being part of the mechanisms of culture. You would recognize the connections instantly.
I think Perrin's gonna not immediately speak, just kind of look over at this figure who isn't looking at him. Just kind of wait to see if there's something more, but Perrin's pretty sure in his mind, this is Erithis. Everything adds up.
You have worshipped me for some time. You have had vengeance in your heart. The majority of your life. And yet, when I come before you, is that how you greet me, Perrin Veldorel?
Perrin will, realize the situation he's in, and on the spot will kneel.
At that point, Erithis turns towards you. You have paid your lip service. Stand.
He'll get back to his feet.
What do you see when you look out there?
Desolation.
You walk the path of vengeance. You made an oath to take revenge for yourself and others wouldn't be able to. And you look out there, and the first thing you see is desolation.
I see that once something else was built there, and it was reduced to this.
You see civilization reduced to rubble.
And he just kind of looks a little confused. Feels like he's missing something.
Look again. Look hard.
He stares out again through the window. Looks to see if there's something he missed.
Use your brain. You're a student of history. What do you see?
If nothing becomes apparent, Perrin's gonna try and imagine it as it once was, sort of reconstruct the ruins of buildings to what they might have been before.
Roll me flat charisma.
16?
My city destroyed. You swore vengeance against a country, against a leader, against a people, against an army.
Yes.
And you missed your chance for vengeance. And more I feel that aspect slipping from you. And now you look out, and instead of seeing vengeance, the result of your oath, you instead see a fallen, an end, a cry for once was.
I didn't fight for Near-Death because I didn't think it was possible to win that fight. I wanted to wait till we had the strength to win. What's the point of fighting a battle you know you're going to lose? Especially if you know there's a chance that one day you might win if you stay your hand for the moment.
Do you tell me true? The vengeance still sings in your heart. It is your passion, your desire, your drive.
And sort of pauses to think. I didn't want to let the husks destroy Near-Death because if it was enough to kill them, it would have killed all of us too. There would have been no city to save. What value does destroying your enemy have if there's nothing of you left at the end of it?
there seems to be just confusion. Like, this does not seem to compute. Like, you see her look straight through you, like she's trying to see if you are being deliberately obtuse or smart or something that just is not something. It's like you answered the question, what's 2 plus 2, by saying egg. And she just looks at you with this bewildered, confused, and slowly increasing kind of temper. The point is not whether you survive. The point is vengeance. The point is to settle scores. The point is to be the avenging sword for those who cannot. It is not about survival. This is not survival. Erin Elderell.
I cannot avenge the fall of Near-Dearth by destroying Near-Dearth.
Near-Dearth was destroyed before. It came back. Destroyed during the Cataclysm. It was resettled. A while later, it continued.
Resettled by the behemoths.
You need to be more careful with what you know.
I can't unlearn what I've learned.
There are ways, but you make it incredibly difficult. So, now, what of my behemoths? What of the one? You entered it, and you left carrying something of it with you.
The traitor who took control of it. I killed him at great cost, but it seems he was a puppet, and I don't even understand how, but somehow killing the puppet seemed to only make the puppet master stronger. It is still in the hands of those who would use it to their own ends.
Since you cannot unlearn this information, and it continues to be a thorn in everyone's side, I could explain further.
Any understanding you give me, I will use to try and bring a stop to that machine.
And what of the nature of your bond? Your reverence? I can sense your hesitation.
Perhaps we don't quite see eye to eye.
And what would you have of this? Would you wish my vengeance upon you?
Have I invited it?
Not quite.
The finer points of my beliefs aside, this behemoth needs to be stopped.
Point on which we're agreed.
I will do whatever I can to make that happen. If you give me extra information, that will likely help.
Make a persuasion roll. Disadvantage.
Okay. Ten. It's pretty garbage.
And why? I trust you. Considering the bond you have sundered, the oath you have come so close to breaking. You have certainly not kept it preeminent in your heart. Your devotion, so many elements you have let be stronger than your need for vengeance. Were your bond to me one of civilization, that would be different. Why should I trust you who comes so close, being Oathbreaker?
I fight to right wrongs. And people who have done harm, they need to be punished.
Our connection, our pact, is based on one of vengeance, not on one of judgment. There is a distinction. One you do not seem to grasp.
The dividing line is destruction of the thing you are supposed to avenge. Then I suppose I do fall on the wrong side of that. To you.
Dividing line is that with vengeance, you go through with it, no matter. You do not make your decision about whether it is good or necessarily bad, and change your mind. Vengeance is pure. Vengeance is an aspect. Vengeance is a singular purpose. You espouse a different line. Vengeance is pure. Vengeance is an emotion. Vengeance can be all-consuming. You've changed from the hothead that once worshipped me.
Perhaps that comes from seeing more of the world.
You are now more civilized. Indeed. That would be a different discussion in a different aspect. At this point, you notice she has been talking to you from kind of left side most of the time. At that point, she does turn slightly more face on. But that is not the position of this conversation, or the oath and bond you made to me. Tell me true. Do you still hold me preeminent in your heart? Am I still the one that your piety holds most able to connect with your beliefs and goals and drives? Because I am finding it very difficult. Much more difficult than I should for someone who would walk your path.
What I have seen and learned, it has changed my perspective. Meeting gods, that's a new thing. Usually one can't have quite such a dialogue with those they worship. I have seen gods to be flawed in certain ways. Limited in their
Please
beliefs
continue.
and approaches to certain situations. Absolutists in times where perhaps nuance is necessary. I won't lie to you and say that I believe in your cause wholeheartedly. I believe in protecting people, avenging wrongs that have been done for the good of the people that those wrongs have been done to. Perhaps that wasn't always how I felt, but then in the past I didn't have a chance to actually make the decisions. Given the opportunity, I had to consider the ramifications of my actions. I suppose when you're mortal, you hold life in a different value than perhaps one who doesn't worry about such things.
Are you quite done? The temperature in the room has noticeably dropped.
I value honesty and being true to your word. I would rather be honest with you and go against your wishes than lie to you.
Make me a charisma saving throw, but for the purpose of this, we'll disapply the bonus from Paladin because it wouldn't make sense to apply that. So we'll just negate. What is it, 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just turn on my proficiency. That's slightly quicker.
Okay.
Works out the same. 23.
Okay. "23 is impressive for mortal. Once your lecture is finished, I'm sure I have more to learn. The Mother of Civilization is always willing to take lessons on such civilized matters from someone who has been alive less than the heartbeat of the universe. You are right in some aspects. Assuming a domain of power makes you powerful. But it also becomes you. For that reason, I am of two minds with what to do with you. And I shall choose both. Your point is valid. You leave my service with grace. And with my best wishes that you continue. Especially where our mutual enemy is concerned. And for that reason, I will bestow you with a little insight on very strict condition. That you agree to be bound should this information ever reach another divine or fallen entity of power. The consequences for you will be far more dire. I understand, however, that your friends are your weakness and your boon. And because of that, you can, of course, tell them if you need to. But should the information ever leak from them, it does not matter how it makes its way to the wrong ears, you will still be held accountable.
understand.
You feel something tighten, and then not release, but become part. Like, it just fades like it is now natural. You are placed under the effect of a gas, effectively. There will be consequences if you were to break your word. The demiplanes inside the skill behemoths are proof against certain things. They include powerful celestials, outsiders, aberrations from the far realms, and normally demons and devils as well. The fact that what you describe seems to have come through would mean that this one has been altered far from its original design. But it is also the reason that no god has ever destroyed my creations. Nor managed to target them. Divination spells are useless against them. There is a blind spot around every behemoth as far as the gods are concerned. They can see, but what they see is as if the behemoth was not there. The same would hold true if you were to use any sort of mundane or mortal magic or ability. I sunk much power and some of my best champions into making them. They were to be the last hope of civilization. But this one has been corrupted. Is a stain. And more of a problem than you know. I entrusted them and their maintenance, some of my priesthood, the majority who dwarves, who worshipped me. They were to maintain them, flesh and blood, keep the iron moving. From what I know, any sense of that piety disappeared from that demonic behemoth some time ago.
It was still crude when we arrived, but now they have all been killed. There are only the machines now.
And what leads them? What you say came through?
The demon, it seems to have command of them. It wields a gauntlet, modified by the Overseer. I think through that, he can command the behemoth from anywhere.
There was never such a system. Not in the final design. Anything like that must have been a modification. They were never designed to keep working for so long. Initial estimated usage was several hundred years, after which they would go to sleep in case they were needed again. The behemoths were controlled by one, my chosen, who was transferred, their very essence made part of the machine. They were housed inside a sphere around which the dwarves and other inhabitants were meant to hold court and maintain the components. The position of overseer was one merely to manage the more crew aspects. The behemoth was meant to run itself.
The sphere was destroyed. The demon emerged from its remains.
You say that gauntlet was able to control my behemoth?
Yes.
Where did that gauntlet come from?
I don't know.
Whatever entered that sphere should not have been there. Nothing should have then left. They gave up their corporeal bodies when they became the steel behemoth. Their very essence does not have such a body. Whatever came out of there is not of mine. It's a corruption. Something that made this whole.
We have the means, potentially, to return to the inside of the behemoth. If at some time we felt ready to retake it or destroy it.
Your teleportation circle.
Yes, if they haven't already made measures to prevent that.
It no longer works. They were meant to be a way for crew to be able to transfer between them, or those who needed to leave, be able to make it back. Last resort way of transfer between them. It would seem your use to get inside was an oversight in their security. One this enemy will not make again.
Then, as it stands, we don't have a method of getting back in, but I can look into it.
We may speak more in the future. Even though I am not your god anymore, you are no longer my chosen, let alone my champion. If you can destroy this, then you will be of use. There could be a great damage done to the mortal plane, the civilizations of the world. And I would not want anyone else looking at its remains if they managed to destroy it.
Sooner or later, more people are going to know what these things can do. I figured it out. I'm definitely not the smartest or the most knowledgeable in archaeology or machines.
But possibly the most self-aware. You are not the first, nor are you the only one. But everyone else is taken care of in one way or another. There are benefits being the Lady of Vengeance. As for the second part, you dare to call the divine before you flawed.
It was a poor choice of words.
It was. And so you choose to leave the service of vengeance at the same time. I grant you a parting gift, so that you may take vengeance with you. Places a hand upon you, and you feel something kind of warm press into your chest. Should we meet again, it will be for a purpose. And you will either have grown, or you will have been found lacking. In which case you wouldn't have been able to deal with what comes next. But to bestow this mark on you, partly so that you can remember remember your service. Partly as punishment for your insolence, and because I am duty-bound to take vengeance against those who take issue. But also as a test. If you survive long enough, then perhaps you can deal with what you have left. And I will allow you a modicum of freedom next time we talk.
I look down. Is there something sort of... Can I see what I've been given?
You can feel like a hot burn. It's well within your tolerance, given everything, and your levels, etc. But it feels like a burn upon your very soul. Feels like a brand almost. Not quite as unbearably painful, but like maybe dial that down to 10%. It's fading, but it's fading and then starting to decrease in how quickly it's fading, almost like it's going to remain barely there, but noticeable. You can remove all of your piety.
Wait. Okay.
As you look down and look up, there is no more window, hall, just sleep. And with a startling realization, you wake up. As a 2-hour alarm goes off. Arena. Perrin kind of... It's not a... because he doesn't breathe, so it's more of just the faint kind of movement of bedroll.
After a couple moments, you just hear... Shit.
Are you alright?
I was gonna sort of get up. I think so. Perrin's gonna check himself over. How is he looking? Like...
There is a burning sensation under your armor on your chest.
Perrin's gonna investigate, dig out the Aerithis pendant.
The Aerithis pendant has burned a mark into your skin and has kind of melted and become integrated in. But make me a religion roll. It's a very low DC.
Okay.
Given your background and your piety, or ex-piety, I should say.
17?
Okay, yep. There are a couple of different ways in which you can alter the mark of Aerithis to mean different aspects. This has been altered, and then another alteration on top. The first alteration is the vengeance aspect. Second alteration is specifically to mark a target of vengeance. That is the one you bear.
So yeah, Arena sees Perrin kind of digging under, like under his armor, as he has done before to pull out, the symbol of Erithis, and then he doesn't, and then he like pulls the armor back and looks, goes, "Oh shit."
What? What's going on?
I think I'm in a little bit of trouble. Not immediately.
Could there be any more trouble? I think we're already in enough. What did you do in your sleep now?
There's a certain kind of electricity to it. It's not electricity, but there is a power to it that you feel as you kind of place your hand on it.
I met Erithis.
You what?
And in speaking about the principles that gods follow and that the followers of God subscribe to, I may have accidentally implied that Erithis' beliefs were flawed.
You met a god and then you offended them.
It wasn't what I meant to say.
Where did you meet them? What did they look like? Did you get to see Erithis? Or was it like, not her?
I mean, who knows what the gods truly looked like, but it was an appearance that represented her alignments, I suppose. An embodiment of civilization split with vengeance. I appeared to be an Ursulane.
Oh. Interesting.
But it was a dream. It could have just been a vision, or maybe I was really there. Who knows how it really works? I think she's kind of taken out a hit on me.
Oh no. Does that mean more people are coming for us?
It might. Or, well, maybe not people. I don't know how this works.
Oh, great. Now we have gods coming for us.
I mean, that's not that new, I suppose.
I mean, if you want to do the identify ritual, it does appear to have a magical aura.
Alright, take that off.
Marina thinking to herself, this is not how I imagined you taking your shirt off.
There's a moment where Perrin is like, wait a minute. Perrin tries to take off the armor of the sepulcher.
Oh, okay.
Does that work?
Am I cursed? Questions.
Because I know we're dealing with this situation now, but there's also the fact that the armor is cursed, and Perrin kind of became aware of that pretty recently.
Yeah.
Okay, the armor comes off. Cool, that's good.
And then I will identify. Also, does Skith seem like he's sleeping peacefully? Okay, cool.
I'm sleeping.
I'm definitely trying to not bother him. I'm doing the ritual quietly.
A little while later. Yes. This mark will do a few things. Firstly, it will make it slightly more likely that those who have, to put it bluntly, a beef with you, have any reason for vengeance or have any reason for animosity, slightly more likely that they, A, will act on it, B, will be able to then find you, and C, that all of the above are more likely to happen. It also will affect Perrin and a small area around him just people he tends to be around, things he tends to be around, things he has an attachment to.
I imagine that Perrin's like laying down and Arena's kind of like leaning over and doing the ritual above his chest. And then she just kind of stops and is like,
Oh, you're not going to like this one.
and she explains that. For sake of time, I'm not going to repeat everything he just said.
Okay, so steer clear from Sir Gallant.
And
It isn't
maybe try not to offend anyone else.
Yeah, else. The worst part is the location side of it. People that have a vendetta against me will now just have a better chance of finding me if they look.
Just less so that they are good at looking or anything like that, just they are more likely to find you. It tends to be almost like a fate aspect. Arena recognizes a bit more of that element very quickly because it tends to be something predominantly Raven Queen. It just is kind of a vengeance will be had. More likely that vengeance will actually happen because people will be slightly more likely to find you, slightly more likely to want to take vengeance or act on it.
I really hope Commodus doesn't ever come back.
Oh, I have a feeling that fate will ensure your paths cross.
I'll take him.
How am I supposed to sleep now after all of this? Ah.
It is also incredibly powerful, potent, and new. Like, you come away from this feeling a palpable sense of anger and vengeance bubbling in the back of your mind, like recent targets of vengeance, which I assume is pretty much the entire situation with the steel bear moth, flows through you, Arena, and kind of tugs on those emotions just because it's so fresh and it was delivered by a god very recently. So even interacting with it, the backwash of the magic kind of doesn't make you act on it or anything, but you can feel it tugging on those emotions. It is potent.
When I was talking, all I meant to say to Erithus was, the gods aren't perfect. I suppose that's still bad. That's still bad. That's still very bad.
And I thought
okay.
you were supposed to be the one that is good at talking to people.
But I mean, okay, think about it. Erithus is like, here's an example. Erithus, patron of civilization. Civilization is good. Civilization should happen. And then you have, say, Melora. Nature is good. Nature should happen. They can't both be completely true at the same time. That's what I meant.
But why not?
Well, you have to. The world has both. Should it have? It can't be all nature and all civilization. It's like how the world can't be all sun and all moon. You can't have, Siren Ray and Saloon and Shar both be absolutely true. Then you'd have night and day at the same time all the time. It's impossible. I don't know why I'm trying to persuade you. It's too late now.
I don't know if it's impossible, but maybe there's more than just the world we live in. I mean, there has to be. We already know there is.
That's also kind of what I was trying to convey, I suppose. I was trying to advocate for this world as opposed to the bigger picture.
I don't think they care as much.
That was my point.
Yeah, but like my mother always says, if you don't have something nice to say, you probably should just keep it to yourself.
She asked.
She asked you to tell her that she's not perfect?
She asked me about what I believe in. And whether
You
I
believe
was...
in a lot more than that. Or maybe not. What does this mean for your magic?
I've lost a couple of abilities. It's understandable.
Ugh.
But I mean, I'm still alive.
How are you ever going to fight whatever that thing is over there? If we keep losing all of our stuff.
We'll work it out.
Next time you see Erithus, maybe get them on our side so we can fight whatever that thing is.
Gith wakes up.
Oops.
Well, was that good enough to wake up? I was. Yeah, I was.
No one is sleeping overly perfectly. Like, you do fall asleep quickly, you're very, very tired, but you got a lot going on. So, Gith wakes up.
Why are you two talking? I'm trying to rest.
Oh, sorry.
You tell him.
Can't we wait till morning or night or whatever time it is?
I think you might want to know about this one now.
I'd
But
like to
I am
finish
very
sleeping.
tired. Oh, by the way, I don't have my book anymore, so all those notes that I wrote about the tower and all my blueprints, they're gone.
To be fair, the
no.
blueprints would be bigger, more expansive, and they'd be a separate item. So you will not have lost the blueprints necessarily.
Okay.
Notes and stuff that built up to them, and like design ideas, maybe. But like the individual
Okay.
blueprints, they are separate, and those would still be around.
Gotcha.
We've handed that demon a guide to the post-cataclysm world.
Maybe he understands it.
Yeah, with any luck, his knowledge is so out of date he won't even be able to recognize what half of it means.
It's pretty
Are we
old.
being attacked right now?
Not right now.
All of you have decent int, so who was not exhausted?
Me.
Skith. He's the only
Skith.
one.
So I'll say Skith's the one that remembers then. The one bit that you certainly have that was in the book that would have been easy to decipher is, oh my god, the lioness is
Yeah.
Zariel?
Right.
And you told him that, oh, the lioness is really powerful, blah, blah, the enemy
we-
that you should face, etc.
Did we write that down, though?
I was.
I was told that all the notes were in there. So, if it's in there,
I mean, I wouldn't write
Alright,
that down
I-
because that's an easy fact to remember. You don't need to remind yourself of that.
it would have been more like the text
The stuff
of the legend
that-
lore.
Yeah.
Okay,
the stuff
that
that I
would
wrote
make
down
sense.
was the tower, all the tower stuff. My blueprints. That's what's all in the book, or was in the book.
Would you have written down the contents of the legend lore that was gained by Skith? Because that
I don't
probably had
think
got written down somewhere.
I don't think we wrote those things down. I think we all just talked about them. But if
I
we
thought
want to
that
say
was
that
a-
we did, sure.
I thought that was like something we found in a book.
No, you legend lored it. And I
Yeah,
assume
that
that
was-
someone wrote it down to avoid, suddenly being like, wait, what exactly were the words again?
Yeah, with
If you
legend
didn't,
lore, we
then
will
that
have
is
probably
fine.
been writing out what the text of the legend lore was.
Yeah, if we're saying that we did, then yeah.
So the
Sure,
demon might
it's in the
have
book.
that, but might lack the context to understand what he's reading.
Well, I meant to refer to the Empress as their original name, but at the time it eluded me. But perhaps they know each other. They're both very old.
True.
Maybe our problem will resolve itself. Fingers crossed. Now, can I please
Arenas.
go back to sleep?
I don't know how I'm going to sleep.
I have to recharge our cube.
Well,
I'm with that.
I should tell you what happened to me, what we were talking about while I was asleep. I was visited
Yes, that's something about you talked to Erithis and she's mad at you now. I caught the tail end of it when you
Yes,
woke me up.
sort of
Are
insulted
you
her
sure it
beliefs by
wasn't just a
accident.
nightmare?
Baron, like,
Arena
Oh,
points at his
shows-
chest.
oh, it
Mm.
was not.
Right. Right.
I wish it was.
That doesn't
Irina
seem
will-
natural.
Start putting her bedroll out.
We should be extra wary of our enemies being in close proximity. They might be a little more trigger happy.
How far do I need to sleep from Perrin to not be affected by that?
Do I know the range from the identify?
It would be something akin to like attunement. So it would be something like don't be within certain proximity for over 24 hours, and then it's not a flat area
Oh,
effect.
okay.
It's more kind of you spend
Yeah.
time around him. He is more likely to be the focus of it, and also people near him who spent time with him who are attached to him.
Okay.
Apparently
I relayed
think
that.
of-
And I'm like,
I don't think you can do much about it right now.
This is
Wonderful.
god level magic. It probably doesn't operate on a simple distance. It's probably more like, you know, an element of how much I consider you my friends and vice versa or something.
Or
Not
maybe
to use that
you
as an
can-
excuse to, you know, leave forever and hate me or anything. Because then you'll come back and try and kill me.
Or maybe
Well,
what you
let's
could
hope-
do is apologize to Erithis.
I don't think she cares.
If it were that easy to apologize to the god of vengeance, I don't think she would be the god of vengeance.
There's probably something you could do.
Yes,
sure
what we can do
there's
is
something-
Gift card.
They want?
we can pray that Masha doesn't become revived somehow. That's what we can pray.
Don't
Book
put that
voucher.
kind of energy into the universe.
Scented candle.
I almost have covered but rebuilt, but I need more sleep, and I will do the rest when I wake up.
you
So
see
you're-
like a half-built bird.
1/3 of the way through the making of a new steel defender. You're going for another a bird bot type one?
I think so.
Okay.
I think it makes the
Begin.
most sense.
It looks slightly like a bird.
I was thinking about what other options I have, but I don't know.
Tiny
It's
dinosaur.
very Raven Queen.
You mean,
Yeah, that's a good point.
will it have Corvidbot's memories, or will it be a new creature?
So I have an idea, but you all might not like it. But no, he won't have any. Well, maybe. I don't know.
So I will need to establish dominance again.
I guess.
Fine,
Rena
don't worry
looks
about it.
questioning.
I'll tell you about my idea later.
It's clear that she's not very deceptive. She's plotting something probably not good. Maybe dangerous. It's fine. She puts a blanket over her head and sleeps.
She's like totally not deceptive, and she doesn't have her book, so like you see that she's drawn plans in like the dirt with a stone nearby, and she's like, "Oh no, it's fine." Like, wait a minute. Okay.
Yeah.
Both of
So
you-
with that,
both of you rest. I'll take the next watch.
Can't be worse than making grenades drunk.
It's probably worse.
Oh, great.
The last thing Irina says, if she goes to sleep, it's probably worse. As Perrin takes the watch,
She doesn't say that.
and she thinks it very heavily. Great intro. The next part.
After
But
the
we'll
break.
see that after the break. So we're going to
Yeah.
have a quick 8-minute break. Feel free to get yourself a cup of tea. Potentially maybe just fake identity, Perrin. Passport to Alaska.
Yeah, it's been 2 hours. It's went by really fast.
I'm just gonna rebuild the reaping blade, put myself in it. It's the only way to be safe.
No, you've got the Maggie's key right now. Just
Oh, we need to jump in there. So I will just
Hey,
exist
if we-
in key space forever.
I can also just like kill you and coffin you for a while as well. You know.
Oh,
Coffin
cough,
does a very similar
like
thing, yeah.
coffin. I thought you said you were
Carry
gonna
you in the
cough in
coffin.
him.
I think you're
I was
still
like,
No.
detectable in the coffin.
Gross.
I think the difference with key space is you're not detectable. Like it's proof against
Oh.
divination. Like, as Erithus was saying about the steel bear moss, the key does that with its little vault thing. Like whatever's in the vault.
The
undetectable,
coffin
can't
is
find it.
one-time use, though. So once we use it, can't use it again. So reminder.
We need to
on
make
that
a
front.
list of everybody that
But it actually
hates
doesn't
you.
put you in a separate space. It actually just miniaturizes you and turns you to stone.
Mm.
It's like, hey, we can't take a separate dimension into the towers. What do we do? Okay, we do this. Meanwhile, the key's like, oh, we just open a different dimension and close it. Like, he's super powerful, whatever. Anyway, we're going to go to a break. We're back in about 8 minutes. Enjoy. We'll also have that fun little sizzle trailer for you so you can get a little bit more hyped. And we'll be back shortly with more visitations because today I got a list. We're down 1. There's at least 3 or 4 more, maybe 5. We'll see how things
Oh,
go.
boy.
You only got 1 in 2 hours, and you have 3 or 4
In fairness,
more.
we had a bit of a long intro, a bit of a long, and then that
Okay.
one was the biggest actual back and forth philosophy discussion because that one
Gotcha.
was planned since before this stuff even happened. This was planned since the end of the last chapter. So
He had a lot of stuff to unload
Oh
on
yeah.
his, on his goddess.
There's
there.
more. Is the thing. There's certain things where like Perrin was like, if I say this, I will die. I will just be immediately killed. Perrin's got more.
You just turn around and
thoughts.
he's dead.
we're back
Lord.
shortly. welcome back to a very successful sleep.
The clashing of
So far.
swords.
And fighting. Because we're gonna go to the inside of... Well, no one's really got this inside them. Maybe Perrin, but we've done that already. Right. In which case... do. So... Right. Skith. No. Very quickly. Arena. As you're falling asleep, you're kind of on the edge, in that kind of liminal state. Yeah, this does make sense. Which music? There we go. You're in that liminal state where you're kind of half in and half out. And just kind of on the edge. You feel that connection. That connection you've always had. You've been building your new Steel Defender, building the replacement for Corvidbot, putting part of your focus, energy, effort into creating a replacement for the one that fought at your side for quite some time, and you had quite a bond with in a way that it's hard to describe. Something that's technically a robotic creation, but has a glimmer of a life of its own. Make me an intelligence roll. Just find.
12. Not the best.
Okay. You get very quick glimpses. Some sort of hexagonal object or structure. Elongated feathers that are now kind of almost multi-jointed limbs. A beak that is becoming recessed and teeth. And then you're suddenly awake. Cold sweat. Perrin, in his exhausted and not a huge perception to begin with, doesn't really notice unless you draw attention to it.
I think if that's what Arena is dreaming about, pretty sure she has like an idea of what's happening. She is going to probably just like jump up in her sleep, and just see like tears kind of rolling down her eyes.
Skith, you get woken up again.
I don't think she says anything, so I don't think Skith will wake up.
I mean,
from her sit.
Also, I don't want to just have a member of the party just sitting there while everyone else is like quietly talking. So,
Gotcha.
it is a tight.
I'm not
tent.
gonna say. She's not gonna say anything. She's just gonna sit up and.
Okay.
Arena, you alright?
I'll be all right.
And she'll just kind of turn back over and go to sleep.
Maybe it's these mushrooms.
Is she still hearing this? Like, why are you doing that?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm seeing this when I'm awake?
Very faintly
here.
hear it in the back of your mind.
Oh, okay.
Parents is gonna like not hearing that. Parents is just gonna be looking at Arena, kind of worried the fact that she like was like, huh, nothing, and then just like rolled over. Parents like just thinking like that. I don't like that. What is Arena okay?
I think Arena will just she like turns over the other way now and then just kind of starts saying a prayer over and over in her head.
Okay.
Hoping that makes it go away.
And it does. It brings a sort of calm and a certain amount of quiet. And as you kind of pray and accept a loss of Covidbot, or at least the previous Covidbot, that connection does begin to dissipate, and actually the sound cuts out quite quickly. Although you still have those tears rolling down your cheeks.
Yeah.
Which is now
she's
more of
kind
a loss, I guess.
She's just
Wow.
kind of like repeating a prayer over and over. That's something that is commonly said when you're trying to help someone cross over peacefully.
Okay. Again. Fall asleep. Theories. So Skith. Where would be somewhere that you feel not necessarily home as in a geographical location that you associate with your past, but where is somewhere that you would feel vaguely at peace, or at least somewhere that you would feel like fulfilled you?
Probably like a library or a study for sure, because it's like quiet. That's where he went back before he had to flee his home. That's where he used that as a way to like escape his other responsibilities by studying, and you gain knowledge, and he's all about the intellect, if not the wisdom. But
Okay. Let me just search my track database.
oddly enough, because I remember you were saying pre-show about, oh, a library would be cool, and I'm like, if you're asking me that question, then yeah, that's he would feel comfortable in a library or a study of some type.
Okay.
I think that's generally where one goes to kind of have some peace and calmness.
Aha! Found it. So, you end up in a place that is somewhat familiar, but at the same time, it's definitely not the same place. It has a lot of similarities to your clan's library at the mansion you grew up at. very thick, luxurious, kind of royal blue carpets, silver and gold trappings, mahogany kind of bookcases, balcony. But notably, only about half these things are consistent. You'll find places where books are kind of missing. Several of the books do seem to be only half there, almost like they're insubstantial illusions. Parts of the bookcases, as you try to kind of walk towards them, seem to get further away. Some of them just begin to flicker out. One bookcase actually just immediately rises upwards and accelerates into nothingness. There is no roof here. The sky is just dominated by the Nyx, the actual stars that you see in the night sky, but amplified, almost like being in the astral realm itself. At one edge where there would at one point be a wall, actual wood just begins to disintegrate, and you can just see open space beyond. One of the chairs is actually slowly moving sideways on legs. And they are chair legs, but it does seem to be bending them and moving like a kind of very poor walking gait. You'd notice a teacup and it just float past you, along with 2 sugar cubes. And then one of them just immediately flickers out, flickers back in a few inches to the side, flickers out again, flickers in halfway through the other sugar cube, and they break apart, spinning off. The connection is stronger. But it is not quite substantial.
Yes, I can hear you. What a curious place. Gonna pull a pair and kind of look around for where the voice might be resonating from.
Make a perception roll. You weren't exhausted, so your stat rolls will still be the same. Actually,
My character sheet.
you look around. This is actually a process more than it is just a look, so it actually be investigation.
Okay.
Because you know this place. You know where you'd be like, are they there? Are they there? Are they up there? $22. Okay. You're getting very convinced that the voice is not here. There is no person. It seems to be coming from there, like the outside space.
Mm-hmm. So he'll look up and address the sky, not the sky, but more like the appearance of the astral, what looks like the astral plane. And he'll give a low bow. And he'll say, "How may I be of assistance?"
I was unable to follow you where you just were. There was powerful divine enchantment. But it was an enchantment nonetheless. I still heard glimpses, and I felt our connection through it.
Well, some sort of ancient creature stepped forth from a rift that burst open, and he seemed keen on subjugating us.
There
And
are many
I-
such creatures
Well, I did ask for his name, but you know how it goes with demons. Very hard to persuade into giving you such information. And so, they did mention that they resided in a, some sort of prison realm. And then he'll kind of explain, because he had the knowledge that there's a certain type of demon that comes from the prison realm. From my check last time, that they just exist there, you know, and they aren't how a normal demon.
Dimodans.
Yes. Believe it to be one of those, perhaps.
And you refer to the realm of Castle. Okay. Roll me charisma. Actually, no. Roll me charisma saving throw.
Okay.
Several of the bookcases near you, books just start exploding with colors and a spray of light, sparks, sounds. One of them briefly turns into a pigeon before that too just explodes in a shower of color. Then that entire kind of bookcase inside of the library flickers into insubstantiality and then drops away into the astral plane. Say that again.
My apologies if I've upset you.
You have not, Skith. You have come very, very far. You have grown more than many would in your position. I heard and felt something of your stand you took.
Well,
But
I am humbled by your words.
you speak of the Demodant. You speak of Castle. Are you sure?
Well, to my best ability, I've of course provided you with the information that I assume is accurate, but I told the demon that I could not be in service. Well, there were a number of reasons, but that I had already pledged myself to another, at which he laughed when I said that I would take whatever punishment he had in mind, and if my time were to end there, then perhaps my usefulness would that would have been it. But I won't serve a creature that is, well, he seemed driven to pervert the magics of the world, and well, frankly, something must be done to stop them. It was just not within my power at the moment. We had fought a long battle and my magics had weakened.
Understanding your limits is not a flaw. Understanding your limitations is one of the most powerful assets anyone can have. If you had faced such a creature, even at your full strength, you may still have perished. The Demodand was sealed away. Without their leader, they were to be powerless. They were imprisoned in Carcere. It was far more difficult for anyone to summon any entity from there. Carcere is made for a reason. The entire plane built with a little of my help. And some of Torog's. Contain the minions of the foe. After we had defeated the Ender, and after it was sealed away between the realms.
Yes, about that. I fear the one you are referring to, whose name I am told constantly not to speak aloud, may have found a way to slip through the cracks. By perhaps an accidental, well, it was an accident, but it may have been from one of my friends who wielded some sort of prison blade, the reaping blade.
No, nothing. I know of, I think, the sword you speak, but it did not have that function. It was a sort of judgment one used.
Well, I believe it.
If
Its
the
purpose.
enemy is now able to act, there would be more problems than you know. Our connection here, the clearness of ability to speak to you is costly. You notice that teacup is now slowly drifting off into the void and disintegrating. I am not free to use my power to its normal limit.
Perhaps you can instruct me on a way that I can ease the burden. Clearly, there is something either amiss or incomplete. How may I aid you so that you may use more of your power freely? I prefer not to mince words if we are on with pleasantries if we are on a timed, on a timer.
Our timer is more in capacity of knowledge, words of power, and things I share that are powerful attracts me more. If we were to talk about the weather, I could go on for days.
Well, then perhaps we could start by me asking what I can, what title shall I refer to you as? I am unsure how to address you.
Provided it is something vaguely respectful, that is all I care. I do not care for titles. I care for things have changed since last I cared for things. But were it anyone else, I would care merely that magic is allowed to go unfettered and no one influences the natural order. Be it you, my champion, one of the few who I can give a modicum of power to and hope I can ask and enact change for the betterment. You, I would merely ask, choose a title you think fitting. Most refer to me these days as the Lost Lady. But what is lost does not mean destroyed, I guess. They have merely not found me.
Fair enough. I am not accustomed to conversing with divinity, and I simply wish to not offend, but if it is, I will simply show respect. That is all, I suppose. I will say that ever since our chance meeting, that I have been filled with more of a sense of purpose. At first in my life, with how history played itself out, I believe that my purpose was to return to my people and to lead them and to seek vengeance upon my brother. That is how I was raised, as a noble, with the potential to lead others. But as I've traveled and seen the world from my own eyes, I realized that such goals are paltry in comparison to other things at work. And rather than fueled by vengeance, I suppose that, well, I don't suppose, I know that it is more important to stop my brother for other reasons. He is, I believe, twisting magic in such a way that is not to the benefit of this natural order you speak of. And while I may not be prepared to take his place, I think that dethroning him would be a step in this direction, but honestly, after seeing that creature walk out from the rift, I'm not sure which to prioritize.
Such creatures often only get their purchase because of others. You are right to question your own motives. Such insightfulness is, I recognize, new to you. But it is, likewise, a merit. To know your own power, make sure you check yourself before you use it, is more important than the use of such power in many cases. Many people have the power to level cities, but to do so wrongly would be worse than to do so when it would make a difference, because leveling a city unjustly would make you far worse. You would be right to look into your brother. As you say, that was very well worded of you. Especially if there is more going on you can also have your own reasons for acting. But the philosophizing you have done makes me pleased to have found you. However, that is not the most pressing matter that we should talk about, although it is quite likely the one you should face next. There is certainly something going on at that tower. The Hellspire is there is something different there. Your brother may be involved, maybe not. But considering what you say and your concerns, you may well be justified. For more reasons than you know.
That is quite unsettling. Just point me in a direction and I'll be your arrow.
An arrow goes where it is pointed. I would hope that I can merely help guide. You have a brain. It is quite formidable. Something I rely on in my champions. I do not choose brutes. Even arcane brutes. Your skill of mind will be just as important as your skill with a spell. Sometimes my arrows have to go around corners, especially as limited as my connection currently is.
Yes, and about that. Everyone thinks you're dead. But clearly, you are not.
I sense a question.
Well, you did mention the more valuable knowledge you impart, the shorter our time. So, if there were anything you had to question me about, or my question would be about the specifics of your disappearance.
It is hard for someone in my position to admit that something could be traumatic. But whatever happened was, it has taken this long to find any semblance of a connection. And I still feel that the majority of my self, my essence, my power is no longer there. It is elsewhere. It is an echo. It has purpose, and that I understand. And because of that, I am content for now. It fulfills its purpose, whatever that is.
So your power has been placed into something else, or used in a way.
May be the case. I am one free fragment of myself. The rest is shattered elsewhere. And if I had the power, if I wanted to, I could attempt to change that. But other parts of me seem to have important purposes. They have roles. And I would not upset whatever balance that has caused, whatever change that has imparted without severely thinking about the ramifications.
I understand.
You should know about the Dawn War. There is much you do not, and for good reason. Tharizdun was imprisoned with very good reason. But this subject is very little known. And for fear of repeating myself, for good reason. As much as I hate the loss of knowledge, gods are fueled by many things, but the primary one is belief. Some, including to an extent demonic entities, are kind, get fueled by recognition. They do not need to be believed in, they just need to be recognized. This is why demons do not necessarily need to be believed in to be powerful. And they can terrorize many people to make themselves more powerful. And of course, there is the divine chicken and the egg problem. How did the first god exist to make people without belief? The first gods did not have the same belief. Tharizdun could not die, could not be killed, because of the domain that it embodied. You cannot kill fire with fire. You cannot drown Umberly.
Would that be the abyss?
That is a place, not necessarily a domain.
Mm.
And you are right to not know. That domain does not necessarily exist anymore. It is end. Oblivion. Finality. It was the domain of Tharizdun, and is Tharizdun. The only way to destroy and eliminate the threat permanently would be to forget. No belief, no recognition, no relevance, no reference. To disappear into ignominy and fade away.
Should I have my memories altered then, and that of my parties?
That was my original plan, and that of the pantheon that existed after the Dawn War. We scoured everything from Illyria and across the plains. We removed every artifact, every reference we could find. And there would, of course, be one or two pieces that may have been missed, even with our power. But time and weather, the elements, would finally be the end of the Ender. And to seal that, all of the gods had their memories of the Ender taken. They agreed. It was our plan. Such memories to be held in case of dire circumstance. And with the architect of the prison not as reliable as he once was, I was chosen to be the one to remember, since I was the keeper of knowledge and spells, magic, and helped to shape certain elements of the prison. I was to keep watch, to know, to remember, and when the time came, she had almost faded away, I would erase part of myself along with those memories and destroy those of the gods that were held permanently.
That must have been very painful, considering how knowledge is held in such high regards.
Erasing memory and being a custodian of knowledge is indeed painful. But it was what had to be done in the final steps. Those steps never came. We were close. The Ender was diminishing. But I know little after Cataclysm. Suffice to say, if the gods were to remember, they may well be able to reinstate the elements of the prison that are broken. They could probably destroy this demon that escaped quite easily. they would, in all probability, be able to take down the divine realms and place them upon this mortal plane. The paradigm ban, the divine ban, would be put aside. But in doing so, several of the primordials would awake. The different realms would be put into chaos. There would be a second Dawn War, one which they would most likely win quickly. But the level of destruction that such a war would have you should be cautious about which gods find out. And if some do, others may well. There is much political intrigue amongst the gods. Or at
I
least
do
there
not.
was. I assume nothing has changed.
Well, quite frankly, you are the first god I've spoken to, and although some of my companions have claimed to hold such an audience as well, I believe Erithus most recently.
I am aware of changes with her. I do not know which way she would go. And I was never one for understanding the political landscape of my fellow divinities.
Well, if I were to contact any of your fellow Pantheon, as you've stated, how would I do so, and which one would be the best choice?
That is a very good question. Although it's only been 800 years, so much has happened. And even Dawn and Arroway have left. A new god, a death in a pantheon.
You speak of Nerul.
Who once was on the side of Thariston before very quickly being one of our greatest assets. One of the reasons we triumphed in the first place.
Was it Tharizdun who struck him down then? For betraying? Or betrayal?
You forget, I've only recently become
Right.
sentient in this regard.
Of course.
But much as telling any king or mayor or duke in your realm, if you tell the divinity, eventually others will know. It might be 10,000 years. It might be longer. But they play politics just as much. Just with bigger chips and longer timescales.
I fear it'll be too late by then if Tharizdun is already been released. That is plenty of time to, well, grow belief and spread his name.
You say one of the seals is broken. And
This
this
is what I've
sword
been
was a
told.
patch on it. Then the prison is not broken. It is weakened. And Tharizdun has influence again. But
I
that
see.
influence should be minimal. It will take
And
more
yet it
than
is
the
still a
damage of
step.
one. It is indeed a troubling step.
And now this demon that has been released, I'm sure, will attempt to widen the gap. And in doing
I
so,
cannot
will release
maintain
more power.
this any longer. I've spoke over long. I may not be able to contact you for some time, but know that I will watch over you and be there. You have done much to earn my favor. And more. Your allies should know what they face. Be well, Skith.
And you as well. Thank you for your help.
Ring, ring. The alarm goes off for 2 hours.
I wake up and just vomit. That was a stressful dream, man.
Perrin jumps up like, whoa, what's happening? You alright?
Where to begin?
What did you see?
I didn't see Mistra, but I spoke with Mistra,
You did?
and it was not all good news. I'll save time. I'll just say that Skith reiterates the conversation. He'll tell him everything. It seemed like Mistra wasn't like Erithus, and don't go telling too many people or whatever. So
Perrin
yeah.
will wake up Arena for it so that she can be looped in on this massive info dump.
Mistress said, hold right there.
Yeah.
Oh, what is that smell?
To be fair, Arena is not sleeping anywhere near as soundly as the other two. The prayer does definitely help. That connection is definitely diminished, and every time she kind of goes through it again, it does help her get to sleep, but she will kind of be in and out as she is kind of occasionally brought back by very
Need
similar
to finish
kind of
this
dreams
long
and-
rest so Corvid Bot can rest.
Arena probably does wake up just from the beginning of the conversation anyway, even before you begin to actually...
So when Skith is finished, Perrin's gonna say, so the more people know about the Ender, the more powerful he is. But
This
in
is
order
why
to
I
Not
told you
defeat
not to
him-
say their name.
In order to
Yes.
defeat him, we could tell the gods. That would probably make him more powerful in the process, but then they'd have the power to defeat him. But in doing so,
Mistress said that could take 10,000 years, Baron.
10,000 years.
and the good news is that apparently the gods can easily deal with him. That's good. I was worried that wouldn't be the case. The problem is,
At the cost of the primordials waking up and ending existence.
Well, yes.
Sure.
It seems like the mortal plane will be destroyed, so I'd like an alternative.
Put it this way, actually, this is a very good analogy, so that, like, you are all very intelligent characters with arcana, religion, and you've got good connections to history, etc. So here's a really good example. Storm War was like Cold War Russia versus Cold War the US if they ever fired their nukes at each other, you know? Everything got destroyed and leveled constantly. This would be more like... let's go with, you know, France versus the US or something like that. Like, one side is gonna get absolutely screwed, but you're still gonna have weapons of mass destruction lobbed at you, which are going to wipe out large chunks of land and people. Because there are powerful entities and they can be on the mortal plane. That's the kind of, you know, one side would definitely win. The other side, however, would really screw things up. That's your pretty good equivalent.
From my recent conversation, I can definitely say that there's at least one god out there that doesn't care one bit what they go through to achieve a goal like re-establishing that prison. They'd split the world in two if it would help.
But maybe we could do it without all of that.
That's the hope.
They said it was not destroyed, just broken. Broken things are fixable.
The prison
Yes,
was patched
but
once.
did you see that beast that was just released? If its goal isn't to break the seals or weaken the bonds of its master more, I'd be very surprised. And that being said as well, there seems to be some sort of, for lack of a better term, shenanigans going on at the Hellspire that need to be investigated as well.
What kind of shenanigans, beyond the expected that we know were in the vicinity?
Mistress seemed to believe that my brother may be manipulating it in some way.
Well, that's not good.
I don't know
But
if
also
that
not
means...
surprising.
Yes, I don't know if it has something to do with how we have always been wizards, or if it is something of greater consequence. But it doesn't seem to be natural.
Well, he's rounding up all of the artificers, so...
We thought it was just to make talismans, but it could be that there's more involved.
That's all I know. Our time was very limited. It was almost like speaking to, I believe Mr. put it, like an echo or a piece of Mistra, and the rest of her power has been scattered for a greater purpose. One so great that it prevents her from recalling said power. Oh, I did mean to ask Mistra about Streakvok before I awoke.
I hope he's all right.
Make an int roll.
Oh, come on. So close
Fine.
to a 20.
Maybe Streakvok wouldn't be someone that Mr. would know about. Streakvok seemed like they were being punished by the Raven Queen. They were sent somewhere. It would be somewhere the Raven Queen knew, I suppose. Perhaps not. Gods are the good ones to ask about the circumstances of someone like Streakvok.
It was the Raven Queen and not the power source of the tower itself that decided the fate of your friend.
Oh, not really sure. I think
And the
more
Raven.
so that they touched something they weren't supposed to.
The crystal in the tower. They
Yes.
tried to steal
the
it. We
Raven
interrupted them, but momentarily the crystal was dislodged. It seemed to affect the tower. It started collapsing around us and didn't operate for half an hour or more. I forget how long.
A couple of hours.
Yeah, a few hours. Just from a brief moment of interruption of whatever connection existed there.
And the Raven Queen would directly be able to influence Streakvok in such a way that...
I think what happened to Streakvok was the Raven Queen's punishment. They were struck by something that, some sort of magic that the Herald seemed to launch at them.
Ah, yes.
Later they disappeared, presumably as a delayed reaction to their soul being sent elsewhere.
I see.
Arena Perrin, make int rolls disadvantage.
Eight.
Oh.
3. I think I know what that was 4 as well.
Sorry.
I know it. I know what's going on.
Streakvok went vegetative, like
Yeah, he was
when you
laying
left the
down.
tower. Beyond that, I can't state anything more about the memory that might be pertinent.
Yeah, Perrin remembers that the being that we now believe is the Herald just walked through the tower, basically, walls and all, and then as we were exiting, reached out and fired something at Streakvok, which hit them just before the dimension shift happened back to the material
Well,
plane.
We think he's in the astral plane or some kind of something.
Yeah, we think that their soul got sent to another plane, and that after a certain amount of time, their body then caught up because they were trapped in that place.
I wanted to see if Mistra had seen Streakvok lately.
Just drifting.
Like, just
whenever I
floating.
imagine Streakvok, I imagine they're just drifting through infinite space, and then anytime anything ends up in the astral plane, Streakvok's like, "Ooh." But that's probably not how
Well,
it
Please
he
send
was concerned
bananas.
about his life not being that long, so
Their life, I believe.
Yeah, their life. Maybe they'll be preserved a bit.
Maybe.
Well, then, have you both of you rested properly then? Check the teleportation cube. Is that up now?
Not quite time yet. We need another 2 hours.
All right. Well, sweet dreams.
Ugh.
Marina grumbles.
We've had
And
6 hours uninterrupted by anything stumbling upon the cavern, so it's a good sign that the last 2 will be uneventful.
Not exactly anything.
No.
oh god.
It is okay. As you watch as a very familiar Tabaxi kind of just steps around and puts their head through the front of the tent.
How did you get here?
A little pangolin was very worried.
Checks out.
Was the horse okay? Did you see the horse?
Isn't your horse immortal or something?
Oh, you mean the horse that was killing everyone in the street? Big Fang. Yes, the horse was fine.
I just needed to
You
be
do not
sure.
need to worry about that horse. It is, of course, okay.
Well,
Sorry, I'm not invited. I can go.
you can
I
come
will
into the
leave.
tent.
I'm more so impressed and shocked than uninviting. We're deep underground.
Still not sure how you found us.
I did say that I had certain ways, which of course are currently in your employ.
Good, because I don't
Well,
like the
we
idea
are
of,
alive.
don't like the idea of these certain ways potentially being in others' hands in the future.
Well, provided you pay my very generous retainer.
Let's hope this has nothing to do with your new medallion, Perrin. You don't dislike Perrin, do you, Sabin?
It is Saban. Saban Mishmir.
Saban.
Perrin will have the
Spawn.
armor back on over the symbol as well, just to be safe.
And not especially, although I do wonder why he is now wearing what appears to be the remains of a hobby horse.
It's best you don't ask any
Yeah,
questions.
Yeah,
this is
wondering the same.
a long story.
Okay. I will wait outside and keep watch.
Ah.
You don't
In the
have the means
morning-
to get us back.
I'd rather finish sleeping safely if I can, Perrin.
That works, and then we can use the cube. I appreciate your faith in us, that you came to us without necessarily an escape plan.
Considering that you are in my employ, I'm in your employ, and that the last few days I have had nothing to do, so I've had a very well-earned vacation. You would normally have to go to the Circle Guild when you use that teleportation cube, yeah?
Yes.
Do not bother to use that in the morning. I will take you there. This once, so that it does not come free most of the time.
I see we chose wisely.
I like to think so. Unless you do not sleep soundly with Saban Mishmir looking after you, I may leave. I thought we had a level of trust.
I thought we did too. Why are you implying otherwise?
The way there is a dramatic pause.
I'm just very tired.
I would consider it more of a exhausting
And I'm still
pause,
shocked
yes.
by how you found us.
If I go to my person tomorrow and find something missing, it's quite obvious I could not trust you, but for now I do. Until given reason otherwise.
In which case, well, I believe I have taken a piece of pizza, and I did borrow something belonging to one of you at one stage. Did return it. They borrowed a hat or a scarf or something. I can't remember what it was.
Oh.
Oh yeah, it was a cloak.
Yeah. It was a cloak. That was it. They borrowed a cloak.
Right.
Yeah.
Is it the
I remember
billowing
now.
one?
And they did take a piece of pizza when they first met you. So
I remember the
did.
pizza. I was just I couldn't remember the other thing.
Okay.
I'm like, did he steal a magical item off one of us and then return it while we were asleep? I
Yeah,
wouldn't
it
put
was
it
a
past
Thought we
him.
had pizza right now. I was about to get excited. It's like, we got pizza in here? How'd that happen? We got mushrooms to put on it.
We've not eaten these mushrooms.
oh, sleep tight.
See you in the morning. No idea what time
Oh.
it is.
What is this? Holds up the little alarm clock. Wind. 2 hours.
It's just one of those like monkeys that clashes piecing this together.
Like a little Corvid bot.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh. Oh no.
Okay.
We go to sleep.
Go to sleep. In which case, Irina. You're in a gnome home.
A gnome home.
You recognize it instantly because, well, for a start, you haven't spent a lot of time in a gnome home for quite some time, and the ceiling's a lot lower. It's built for and solely used by gnomes. But more so than that, last time you were here, you were collecting the possessions of your grandfather. And there is a little cupboard in front, a little chest of drawers. That is where you found a little pendant. There's a few other things around. Arena. I apologize, it has been some time, but it did not feel like I'm a reunion until, well, I saw you figured out the pendant.
Arena will step back, trying to like look for a way out and looking around, and she's just like,
Oh, not again. No, no, no. I'm not hugging you this time.
I only-
inside check to see if this is really like
As
her
Arena
grandfather.
notices, yes, it is indeed what appears to be an elderly gnome. Okay,
Nat
an
20.
elderly gnome who you have not seen for quite some time. She did, I guess, briefly see him a few times during her psychic interrogation very recently. But she did withstand that, and it wasn't particularly over long. With a natural 20 insight. 21. Let me just roll something real quick. Deception plus 9,000. Yeah. Yeah. There is a certain edge to the voice, a certain glint in the eye that you recognize. This is, as far as you can tell, most definitely your grandfather. And not an illusion. It might be a contact of some kind that is not like, you are not physically here. You are aware, actually, you're dreaming. He might not be physically here, but it does seem to be as close as you can get in this world.
Wait, is it really you?
And Arena will run over to hug him.
You wrap your arms around him, and he wraps them around you in just the way you remember.
Sorry. The last time I saw you, you
I
turned
know
into
you
a crazy
have been
specter,
through
and then the other
something.
time after that, you were basically trying to hurt me.
It is tough to hear you've been through so many things, but it is more that the specter was trying to be me, and the I'm sorry. I cannot be there to look after you all the time. There is nothing
Why
more
didn't you
that
tell us what happened? there's so many things, so many questions that I have.
When a new god comes into being and a god dies, there are some complications. One of those being it's being impressed upon us that it is probably best not to discuss the details.
But then why did you give me the key?
Because I felt that somebody should take care of it. It was important, and it is important. And when you were ready, would figure out your brother's key, and then the function of the locket. And I got to say, you figured out the locket a lot faster than I thought you would.
Well, it really wasn't me who figured it out.
That Perrin boy, he is good looking, but he isn't that smart.
It wasn't him either.
You see that dragon boy you've been hanging around with? I never met him. I have not had a chance to talk to him, but
That would be Skis. But no, not him either. I kind of got into the wrong hands. But we got it back.
that is good.
I think at a cost.
Well, provided you have it back, it's quite important that you keep it safe. If it
I figured
fell into
that
the
out,
wrong
but
hands, that could be... I didn't mean to accidentally come here to talk, divine. Yes. I'm sorry. I really came here because I could feel that you were... It's been a time, and I know that you are in pain.
well, there isn't much time to grieve, and well, the whole world is in danger. Mm. I have a key to protect, and now I need to. I don't even know how to figure out what we have to do with this other problem that we have. Maybe put the prison back together, put something inside it. I don't, and then somehow hold the world back together.
Well, all we had to do was overthrow a despotic undead regime and murder a god. So I think ours was a little more focused. The world is always in danger to some extent, as far as I understand now. But it couldn't be in safer hands. Your grandmother and I are very proud of you. 'Cause, 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 And that's why my armor has seen fit to grow on you.
Oh, that's why I have the wings now. Before
Yes.
it was lighting up too. I'm not sure what that was about, but
It's a little different to when I wore it. It's been through some things. But it still seems to be as useful for you as it was for me. Hopefully,
is it true that grandmother made it?
of course. Made all the best
Mm.
equipment that we used. Well, most of it.
Well, are there other things that I need to go find? Something that would help us?
Well, there may be a few things.
What
There are a
can
few
I do
things
with
that
the
your
key?
grandmother
That
didn't make.
oh,
There are some things that also just might not really suit your particular group. A friend of mine, your grandmother's, wielded a very large weapon capable of firing multiple stakes every second. But it's probably a little large for anyone of our type to wield. And I don't think that your Perrin friend is particularly dexterous enough.
well, that sounds more helpful against maybe vampires.
A lot of things don't really like stakes impaling them, especially when they're going at 300 meters per second, and there's about 6 of them every second. You'd be surprised.
All right, fair. Is there something I should be doing with the key besides protecting it?
The key was designed for a few reasons. One of them was certainly to make towers a little bit easier. If your threat, as they all are, does seem to be something that you need to be more powerful to overcome, then it is probably best used for that. But there's of other uses. Being able to walk through halls has come in useful more than once, and being able to walk through certain spells. I did actually have to get your mother out of a globe of invulnerability once. Luckily, I had the key on me at the time, and the difficult part was very difficult to actually get to grips with that one. But it is very useful. She couldn't be here at the same time. Certain it's a busy time for the Church of the Raven Queen right now. A lot going on.
I imagine so.
Yes.
I'm sorry I couldn't get there in time to help all those people.
You got there as fast as you could. You can't do what is impossible of you. You cannot do what you do not know about. You did everything you could, and more. From what I understand, your parents, my son and granddaughter, and daughter-in-law, and all my grandkids, your brothers and sisters, are only alive because of your group's efforts.
We did what we could, but there's still so much more. And in some places, I think we made it worse.
It always gets worse until it doesn't.
I'm
It
waiting
definitely got-
for the it doesn't part.
Yes, that's always the tough one, the waiting. Overthrowing vampires, I'm better at. But at several points, it did get worse. There were repercussions standing up to them. Sometimes those repercussions weren't against us. They're against people that we knew, or even people we didn't know. And it was often dark. But your job isn't to make it never dark. Your job is to be a beacon in the darkness for others. And where you can, to push back that darkness.
I'm trying. Believe me.
Or as your grandmother would have it, to punch the darkness really hard, repeatedly.
I'm not so good at the punching part.
In fairness, you have Perrin for that. You have a gun. I guess that works equally well.
It's a different kind of thing. Although I might have to find another way to do things when we go underwater. But that's a different situation. You were talking about the fact that you just had to overthrow a god.
More so just drawing comparison. I never expected to have to do the pep talk, I'm afraid. But I can only be here so long. I am relatively new to doing this. I'm still taking lessons from someone who knows better. But I will try and keep watch. More importantly, Atama will do a lot better job of keeping watch of you than I can from here.
I appreciate the armor. I guess just need to understand what happened.
About which part?
The unkindness of ravens. What did you all do?
That is a good question, and something I still cannot tell you as much as I might want. Being involved in that, there were many conditions about what happened next. Considering that we did literally kill a god, that's
Are you
what,
sure
two
you
dead
did?
gods in like 10,000 years. Pretty sure. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ascended.
Just a lot of missing things are now coming back to light.
Well, we did our best to make sure that, considering the god of the dead with many undead things, that its eventual demise, when we did kill Nerul, was final, as permanent as possible. We ended up using Nerul's own treasured weapon against him. It worked very well.
Is this a sword by any chance?
You should not open what is in that vault. You should not touch it. You leave it there. I cannot speak anymore, and I've spoken too much. You're always more intelligent than others give you credit for. Be cautious, Serena. Now I really should go.
She'll like hug him until he's no more, I guess.
And
As she's giving him like an extra squeeze, she's like,
As
the
soon as you
extra hug is
squeeze
for
him,
grandmother.
he begins to disappear, and then you do feel kind of like a second squeeze. Just very briefly. You got the message. But whatever you said, he had to yeet out, like, he had to be gone.
yeah. I was trying to toe the line, but I'm like, I got questions, sir. Oh. I didn't even say anything. I just asked if it was a sword.
Mm-hmm. And... oh. Are you all ready to wake up? Or do I have to allow this annoying alarm clock to go off? Very faintly you hear this.
Marina will just lay there, pretend to be sleeping still, because she wants to sleep as much
Okay.
as possible.
The alarm clock is placed right in between all of your heads as it goes off.
Marina
Yeah.
smashes it, turns it off. Marina just pats Covered Bot in the head.
Good to have him back. Anyone else have any interesting conversations?
Marina just smiles and doesn't say anything.
Okay, I will
It's
leave you
clear
yet
that-
again. I will be back shortly. I will go for breakfast. Saban walks away. Obviously, the group not wanting to talk while Saban is there.
When he leaves, we know that the tent is like secure, right? He can't hear if he's outside of it.
Not completely,
Not completely.
but relatively so.
I don't know if that guy can even hear us, inside or outside. How did he make it here?
I'm not
I
gonna
like
question it.
him.
Well, I don't know if we want to say much, but my grandfather showed up.
Wait,
God?
your grandfather or like your grandfather?
I think it was really my grandfather.
You sure? You didn't give him anything, did you? Or tell him anything?
No, I mostly asked him questions, and then he told me things, but then he couldn't anymore, and I think I might have pushed buttons too hard.
Well,
And Arena will relay what she talked about with her grandfather, so we don't have to see it forever relaying it.
it's real? what the
Guess
priest
so.
described. And he at least thinks it's still in the vault.
But
Could be
it's
wrong.
not. Or
Well-
maybe it isn't, but it's in a different form.
Yeah, we didn't see it, but that doesn't mean it wasn't there.
Someone
What,
took
in the
it.
Raven Queen's vault?
Yeah.
I
don't
think
know if
someone else
that's-
has it.
I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Probably a bad thing. I'm gonna go with bad thing.
Definitely a bad thing.
For a minute, I was thinking we could use it against, him, but apparently that's off the table, and there's no way that would ever work. So, that's a bad thing. We don't want that to exist. I think. And we definitely don't want anyone else knowing it does, so kind of makes sense why the conversation had to end there. They really did kill Nerul.
That's what they think.
It did seem that way, but
Why, though?
That part I didn't get answers to, really.
Sounded like Nerul helped deal with him the first time. I don't know why they would want to kill him after he'd
Well-
been so helpful.
I don't think anyone remembered. Nobody knew that part of the story.
Oh,
Guess they
right.
wiped everyone's memory.
They might still remember that he was against them and then he worked with them, but they wouldn't remember the specific events. Or maybe they wiped their memories of the entire affair. They know how they felt before it, and they know how they were aligned after it, and that's it. I've wondered it before whether it was the case, but now we know for sure. There's things we know that the gods don't. I'm not sure I like that. That's not comforting.
You will have positive int. You've finished your exhaustion, your long rest.
Arena's petting Corvid back.
You know, all those items you've seen with frescoes with people removed,
Mm-hmm.
artifacts have been taken. That would line up.
Of course, there'd be signs of the coordinated operation to remove all traces. Anything that was immediately post-Dawn War, significantly pre-Cataclysm, there might be indications of something having been removed. What I want to know is, where did it all go? If they were finding all of the items, did they, there must have been vestiges and things involved with those, particularly powerful things. Were they destroyed? Because what it looks like to me is they were locked away. And at some point, wherever they were locked away got raided, because we're finding vestiges all over the place. Stuff that could have been around since the Dawn War.
Exactly. They didn't really get rid of them.
Maybe Arathane has them. He's joking, so clearly.
Well, Arathane has one, it seems like.
Mm-hmm. That wasn't going so well for you, Skit.
Yes, next time one of you must come in there with me.
I don't want to go in there. What if it happens to me?
I think with all of the magical warding and seals and whatnot, it's perfectly safe. I just didn't want to listen to the creature any longer. And I didn't think my process through. It was quite the adventure, though.
You're a madman.
Teleported
Well, there's a
himself.
fine line between insanity and genius, they say.
Also, luckily, you didn't necessarily know how to get into that pocket. And when you left, you took nothing of that pocket with you. So, regardless of whatever notes, that guy has maybe learned that such a thing exists, but the Tyrant King probably doesn't have a way to it. And Arathane did say that he warded it against a lot of stuff, which is part of the reason that he would have to come get you.
Well, we've got Corvid Butt now. We have a dragon to talk to, and I think I need to have another conversation with Erthane.
So much to parse through here.
Well, no matter what, I think that we need to do as many towers as we can. Whatever we're up against, it's way more powerful than any of us.
We also cannot miss our meeting with the House of War. That would be very dishonorable and look poorly upon us if we were to not heed the call when they're ready for us. Plus, we need to get in the Ashirs Atrophy so that we can investigate this tower, my home tower.
We've also
Well,
got a
perhaps we can do that under the guise of just wanting to do the tower ourselves.
we've also got a contract to fulfill.
We just simply need to hear the deal out. We can turn it down, supposedly.
Hopefully, it is that simple. With any luck,
I
the job
wonder
is
what
useful
happens to
us.
Killian.
I suppose the contract was fulfilled. They went home. Were rewarded.
That's what they said.
They got off lightly, considering everything that followed.
We can hope.
Well, I think get whatever you need done, and then we must go.
I wouldn't want to linger here too long. There is one other thing, Arena.
Oh no, not another.
No, this is good. One silver lining to
finally
this whole
something good.
mess. Before we gave chase, before we worked out how to get to the behemoth, we searched Skinface's base. Found a secret vault.
Oh,
There were some potions and things. We still need to work out what those are, but we found what we were looking for. And Perrin pulls out the note and shows it to Arena. Heralds of the 12 known towers. We had some things right,
Arena.
and we had some things wrong. It's also not completely up to date. It doesn't account for the fall of Nerol. But it does account
everyone
for the...
is trying to get gears work.
We're not the only ones who have this. Masha acquired it. She may have given it to someone else.
Apparently not the only people talking to heralds, too.
That doesn't surprise me, especially if people are acquiring boons. They will have at least interacted with the Herald in some way. People may not even remember, for the most part, though.
It seems like the bulk of this work was Gira's Grail. And we already know from Sarunos that he was talkative and annoyed heralds with questions. He probably made sure to find a way to visit all of them, either by earning boons or maybe by pulling some tricks that made them appear. And then it was updated, it would seem, perhaps by Ordino Keldalak. Not a
And
huge
it
fan of his
appears
work.
that maybe there might be more changes yet.
Yes, the Pillar of the Dead is no longer guarded by Athreos, for one. I have to say, I am curious about the, where is it? The one herald that was basically let go when Gordon Arroway stepped down. Previously it was...
As I'm looking at the Friends in Low Places task, is this like a contract? Can I like check to see the Like
It's the equivalent of
legitimacy of it. Or if
me being
there's
like,
something-
this is your quest log. There is no
Okay.
there's no contract here.
Okay.
They already
Gotcha.
signed their version, and it is.
Okay. Serena doesn't know what the actual contract was, other than what they just told me. Okay.
So, interesting things according to this. There's a being known as LaRue, who was the herald for the Heart Hearth, as it was called at the time, that then became the Sword Hearth. That was taken over by Bahamut, but they were previously the herald for the Sunspire. The Sunspire was then taken over by someone called Bryla. So, one herald stepped down and another stepped up. That in Arena's head.
You all hear that, except for Skith.
What?
Oh,
Why do we all hear that but Skiff?
My perception sucks.
what was
Oh.
that?
Does that sound like Corvid Bot? What is that? Can I discern what that is?
I'm ready.
The cube.
And it's
Our
time
time's
to go.
up.
Saban first. Can Saban get us out of here?
I think I am going to maybe forgo breakfast. You see, as Saban like just drops a whole bunch of mushrooms. So, where do you want to go? Very quickly. Something is coming.
Let's do
Very
Vihura. I
nice.
think that'll
Sure.
work.
Okay, very big city. Anywhere in the city. Okay.
I don't
Sure.
really care.
We have our inn, right?
You he already goes.
Okay.
You already
alright.
I assume you all consent to being moved.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very ready to not be here right now.
Okay, with a flash of color and a change of places. You disappear as something enters the cavern.
I imagine just before it happens, Skith like grabs the tent pole and it like, you know.
And with that,
Camp.
we will end today's episode.
Oh my gosh.
Jesus Christ, what a
It
lore
is-
dump.
Yeah. I guess, yeah.
Corvid Bot's coming for us.
I have so many thoughts.
So
Yeah,
that
I'm like,
is
when I recreate Corvid Bot, is it always the same Corvid Bot?
probably not,
D-
because it says you
doesn't really
recreate
say.
and it's a new
And
one.
it says the other one perishes.
Yeah, the other one should perish. But I imagine that like certain elements of the personality can carry over, that like you can make certain bits carry
like
over.
program certain things into them. Okay.
And because you move this kind of connections bond, I imagine that certain other stuff carries over, not just like programmed stuff, but like an element of this bond just gives it a certain sense of continuance. Not
I
huge,
guess he
but
looks
like a
different
certain-
this time for sure because he's not black. He's like bronze or whatever. What's the steel behemoth? Bronze looking?
Kind of a little bit up from gunmetal, but a little bit lower than like polished steel. A little bit, like a little bit
some
lower
of
than that.
silvery.
Yeah, but this one was just a little bit dark from being underground and covered in soot and kind of scratched a lot. But if you polished it up and everything,
It looks different now.
so with that, I guess we will adjourn for the week. But there's going to be a lot of lore, so I assume that Bentham is basically going to explode if we don't get to the after show quickly.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go very quickly through the announcements, and I will put on, because we ended on such a scary note, I'm gonna go with let's go anxiety for the music.
As cool as it would be for that roaring to be an owlet in T-Rex form, that's not what that was. I know what that was. I know what they've done.
Jackson McKay. Thank you for making this possible.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Main post is now out. Magic items from the Steel Behemoth are also out. So am I. Your ghost stamps are also out. Along with me. Blackwood Guardian she's coming soon. So am I. New show coming soon. Well, isn't that a coincidence? Where's this roll 20?
I think I followed all that.
Who are you? What do you do? Where can we find you?
I am Bentham. You can find me on Twitch and on YouTube, where the word mangled pork will usually lead you to me and nothing else except the occasional bad restaurant review. And there I play games and do other stuff. Most recently, we've been doing some more multiplayer Baratron. We started a new campaign, and therefore, as fate would have it, that means that they're now about to release an update, which is what happens. If I play Barotrauma with my friends, it just makes an update manifest like a couple weeks later. So maybe we'll do more of that, or maybe we'll wait for the update and then start a campaign again. Who knows? Maybe I'll design another submarine, but that's me.
Margaret Crone. Who are you and where can I find you?
I'm right here. Come get me. No, just kidding. I'm Margaret Crone. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places. And now you're going to find me here on Thursdays and Saturdays starting on September 10th. So come tune in for a really fun time and learn about Grimrose Academy. And I do lots of other things on the internet. If you just follow me, I'll let you know whenever I'm live. I have a lot of projects coming up, which is very exciting. And I also am working on a game called Ashes of Creation. You can find it at Ashes of Creation in all of the places, as well as I'm working on the next edition of Witches and Spellcraft, which is, you can find the original over on DriveThruRPG. And that's me.
Cobalt. Streak. Who are you? What do you do? Where can I hunt you?
Cobalt Streak, play lots of different video games. I just finished FF6 and Cult of the Lamb recently. We are doing Isaac streaking and Fiend Folio, which is a really big mod that doubles the content of the game and makes it really tough. I'm also playing Magic on Thursday nights. Oh, yeah, and I got a 10-year anniversary marathon, semi-marathon coming up on Saturday. We're going to start earlier in the day. I got giveaways. We're going to do like nostalgic stuff. I'm giving away Magic cards, which I will actually send to you myself. And yeah, come check me out after 5 p.m. Central Time, usually.
I will come check you out.
You can hunt me there. There's a shotgun.
I've taken notes from Arena. Now I have a shotgun, little fool.
And I'm Ender Elysium if I'm at Twitch.tv/Enter Elysium. There you go. Done. I'll probably be doing some battle map and tower creation stuff soon. Hopefully. It's going to be a really busy near future, so I'm just going to try to figure out where to get that in. So if there's weird streams at weird times, it's mostly because I'm trying to do stuff, but I'm also trying to double up by also streaming, and then also triple up by basically being like, I'm going to steal your ideas, i.e. you can give me inspiration, and hopefully it'll help, other than me just sitting looking at a blank canvas and being like, traps. Evil COVID bot has a goatee.
Anagram puzzles.
And there we go. Perfect.
Boom.
Right. There we go. That's it. I'm gonna go check for any tips. If it loads.
We like tips.
I have so many
Hint,
theories.
hint, wink, wink, shill, shill.
I've got a tip for you. The tip of my wing.
Thought that was going somewhere else. Oh.
I think we're good. Go refresh just in case, because often it sometimes just doesn't refresh. Yep, we're good. Okay, we gotta go. Benson's gonna explode.
I will see you next time.